wasn't able to tell. I was gone. Shit, I had my jacket on. Shit, I was warm. It was over. Whatever happened to you? By the way, we're in puts right now, playing the downside. We're just giving this market a second. Those puts are already up. We literally perfectly timed the top so far. $200 currently. The goal is to sell this for another 1,000 to 3,000. These options, when we first bought them in the morning, we bought them for 200 and sold them for around 300. Now they're $100 each. So the goal is to sell them for around 200, 250 from $100. I believe we could do it, no problem. We recorded some videos here and there. We got a lot of stuff done today. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we got some puts here. Same location that we bought puts from in the morning. They're way cheaper, half the price, almost a quarter of the price. And we're just trying to play for a little drop back down to the purple zone, just like how we did in the morning. But this time I want to see if it's going to go lower. That's the game plan right now. We already sold out of everything. We made money everywhere. So, yeah. Shit, that's pretty much all. Just like we thought, right? Came right back down to here. You held, bounced right back up to up here. And now you're potentially going to fall down again. We're up $500 already. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're up 60%. Alright, gentlemen. Right now I'm going to apply to Amex Platinum card. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can get it. I need a credit card with like $100,000 limit, honestly. Let me see. Not saying that's what we're gonna get right away, of course. Of course, no. But we'll see. Whatever happened to you, darling? Da 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 da. Whatever happened to you, darling? Da 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 da. All right, let's get some stuff posted on Patreon. Let's show everybody our wins this week. And then we can get one more play, if anything. Get 3 plays. 3 plays keeps the doctor away. Also, who from the Discord wants to come with me for events? I'm gonna fly down to your state, and we're gonna pass out some stuff to the homeless. If you're down, let me know if you're down. If not, just don't say nothing. There's no point. But yeah, let me know if you're down. This is basically going to be our nonprofit, which is currently what I'm starting right now. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to get this Amex card. Try to set up some type of foundation, some type of start, some type of baseline. And then boom. You guys want to help? Alright, bet. I'll keep you guys in mind. I'm going to post it on the app soon. There's going to be like a little sign-up sheet. I'm not going to ask any money from you guys. That's not what I'm going to... It's not like a donation link where you guys donate. Honestly, listen. I promise you guys don't have to donate $1. As long as you're there and you want to help and you want to be part of the process, I have no problem with that. I could take care of all the finances. You guys don't got to worry about a single thing. If you want to help, you can help. I'm not going to stop you. But it's not necessary, just so you know. It's just kind of just going to be like you're tagging along. And if I can have you guys be involved with this, you know, it would mean the world to me, really. I don't want to do stuff alone because it's just boring. Also, safety risk. It's smarter to have a little group with you. Have a little nice group with you.
Order filled.
creates a 15-foot zone of protection.
I haven't seen you in a long time.
You got me feeling so lonely.
Even when you come through, I can tell that it isn't you. So baby, bring it in closely. Hate the way I love you, but you're so sweet. I always find a way to say the wrong things. I wish that we waste it all. I tried
To numb all the pain. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, another $100 trade, another $100 right in our pocket. Another 100 buckaroos. We're up $1,300, 78%. We're going to go ahead and sell this trade. Greatness, greatness is greatness, ladies and gentlemen. Made back everything for that other loss. Greatness, 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 greatness. Heart to heart. Greatness, 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 greatness. Just like that. It's all about patience. Come on now. 2 puts from the same location from an idea that I made last week. Are you kidding me? Last week? I didn't even have to do nothing to make this money. Come on now, gentlemen.
I saw that my PR got approved, but there was a test failure, and I have become so lazy. Like the moment I'm like, oh, I gotta go.
I haven't seen you in a long time. You got me feeling so lonely. You hardly know me. I hadn't seen you in a long time. You got me feeling so lonely. Closely, hate you, but you're so sweet. Like you hardly know me. We recently begin to fall. I feel the need to go and waste it all. I do know my way the pain. Boom! Come on, John. Boom! Like I said earlier, nobody in the world does it better than us. And they never will. We will create such a legacy that the world shall kneel before us, gentlemen. That's just how this story is going to work out here. At least that's what I have written down so far. That's what I have written down so far. Come on now. So far, all of our ideas are pretty much working out fluently. You haven't wanted to run up to the high yet, but you're definitely wanting to fall down. And you fucking fell down lower than that point, which is exactly what I wanted. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm about to create another trading style soon. And this right here is going to help me create that. You guys will be notified of it after it's created, of course. Dun, 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 dun. Da, na, 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 na. I played the same options twice in a row. First time we gained... The first time we were up 40%. The second time we were up 80%. just using levels from last week. So in total, we're up $2,100 today. Plus 3,600 yesterday. And 2,400 on Monday. That's 8,000 this week so far. Whatever happens to you. Nels, I love to see it. Excellent, Nels. Nice and steady, nice and steady. I love how you have 300 fucking options, but you're only down 300. That's beautiful. Come on now. And then you made 4,000 with the spy plays. Come on now. Easily made that back. Remember, the last play that we had last night was so that we did not have to play puts today. You get that? But because of how aggressive the market was overnight, we knew it was time to play puts at open as well as now. Which is what we did. We made some good money. Now you're running back up to the same level. So I think you guys already know what I'm about to do again. And yeah, we're playing puts again. Just give it a second. Excellent, Nels. Excellent. Brian, how we doing? How we doing? You said where should you post the trades? Come on, Brian. It's in the trades category. If you're talking about the app, we don't have a location yet. But go into the trades category, you're going to see 100, 0 to 100%. By the way, John, thank you for that message. That actually helps a lot when it comes to marketing. The way you sent that. But yeah, Brian, we have a category. It's called 0 to 100%. Just scroll down. You'll see it. Every single day, please send your trades there if you guys can. Even if it's paper trades. It could be anything. Because remember, that's what's going to help me market. And I'm ass at marketing. I don't want to market myself. So the only thing I really want to market is you guys. And you guys making money. And that's pretty much it. Me marketing myself is a cheat code. It's not fair. So, might as well make this harder. Da 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 da. I won't be here long at all. When it's at the same level, Brian. So it needs to be near that 677 price. but is overrated and somehow played out. Okay, so right now I'm making another app. This next app that I'm gonna make is gonna be specifically tied to my anime. Get ready, get ready, get ready. So I gotta pay $300 for this. All right. All right, all right. Whatever happened to you? Dun, 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 dun. Fucking you, Cage. Come on now. Why are you eating the walls again? You know what's crazy? I forgot about the other trade that we were in. That trade we made $2,500 on it. Let's go long on ES. Market buy, 10 contracts right at the bottom. I want to see if we're going to be able to push up to here. That's going to be $3,000 just like that. Again, we already made 2,000 here. The other day we made 25K. We're up a shit ton, like 116,000 right now. Whatever happened to you, darling? Dun, 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 dun. Hey, you still look like you're gonna crash out the sky here. Looks like you're gonna go much lower. Whatever happened to you? Da, 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 da.
Hazel loves to
All right, everybody. I got 500 options of 672 puts. 500 in terms of the quantity. Wait, actually, no. No, just 100. 100, 500 in total. It's $5 each. So 5 times $100 is $500. The goal is to sell this for 2,000 to 3,000. So again, we just put in 500. The goal is 2,000 to 3,000. If the market runs up, it's okay. This is all just house money, meaning it's money we made today, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Whatever happened to you, darling? Mind you, this is the first time I've ever done something like this in at least a year or two. There was one year where I did this, where I was coming from a trip from Japan, and when I was on the trip in Japan, I fucked up and lost a shit ton of money. So it kind of like fucked up my trip, like a little bit for like 3 days. And then I remember when I came back, I paid $50 for the damn Wi-Fi on the plane. And while I was on the plane, I basically full ported $1,500 into the puts, $1,000 into the calls, $2 was the price of the calls, $3 was the price of the puts. By the time one of the sides ran up, I was already up $10,000. It literally went from 1,000 straight to 10K, like 9,200, 300. And I remember when I was looking at the puts, I put $1,500 into the puts because they charged me a little bit more. I got filled at $3 instead of $2. And I was only down $300 when I was up 9,000. So it was the craziest thing I've ever experienced, really. And I basically was just playing both sides when the market was moving really slow on a day like today. And yeah, that was pretty much all. When I sold it for 9K, I ended up selling the other side for a loss of like 600, 700. But I don't know, it's just stupid to me that you could be up times 10 on one side and, you know, down a couple $100 on one side, on the other side, you know? Like, that's just wild. But that's the reality of it. All right, gentlemen, let's just let this play out. Yeah, we should be able to sell this for like $30, $40 here in the near future. MGC ended up running right back up to that top point, just like we wanted, so we played the bottom perfectly right there. And then over here, I still want this to fall down to there. $200 of profit. I bet. One contract at a time, just in case this shit just gets crazy. I'm not trying to mess around here. I bet everybody we're already up $200. I'm up 40% on the play I just got into a couple seconds ago. Just like that. We could sell it right now for $200. But we're going to hold it for a second here. I think we might have an opportunity for a little bit more profit. If not, we'll just take the loss. We don't really need this $500. Excellent, John. Excellent profit on the futures account. Let me go take a look. Let me see. Where are you posting this stuff over here? Got it. I found it. Excellent, John. You're at 5,100. Pass this damn combine, John. Pass that damn combine. You're almost done with day one. In fact, let's see if we can kind of rush this a little bit here. Okay, so gold doesn't look that bad. SPY doesn't look that bad. Let's go ahead and go back to here. How much time I have left? 20 minutes? If I had to get into an entry that would work out, I know the market wants to break out here. I know it wants to pop somewhere up to the upside. It definitely looks like it wants to run to 680s. 100%. But at the same time, I feel like it might just crater into the low by like 4 or 6 p.m. And then when it's down here, then it's going to start wicking to the upside. So, in all honesty, if I was to get into a really expensive trade right now, it would be calls. The reason why I'm in puts is because, again, I'm going with the longer term kind of idea, not just like right now type of thing. And also, I'm worried that this bitch is going to break out. Listen, you jumped up a stupid amount last night. I am not trusting this market, and I do not want you guys putting your money in this market. I'd rather me test it as much as I can before you guys have to. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, I'll be able to make the money back. I'll be able to have it back. You guys don't need to worry about that. But for you guys, it's just like there's a certain time limit between when you start trading versus when you actually start seeing success versus when you actually want to stop trading. You know, one of my top members, he turned $1,000 into $50,000, flew down to New York, brought me to the club, paid for the table, brought me to a restaurant, paid for the whole thing before I even could pay for it. And he did that out of the kindness of his heart because he made money. 3 months later, he kept losing so much money and not telling me nothing that he just disappeared from the Discord. And I never heard of him since. Like, what in the world was the purpose of that? That's not right. Y'all feel me? Like, you can't tell me that's right. Like a friend or really wanted to learn from me, because he would have came to me to help him. He knew I could have. You know what's the craziest part? Get ready for this. Get ready for this. The craziest part? He hasn't had one chart completed. That means he hasn't finished one of my trading styles. And he was in the group for over a year, giving me $200 a month. And let me tell y'all, it was like why? Like, you know what I mean? What was the purpose for this? And literally, when he turned $1,000 into $40,000, he did it within 10 days. You sold 9 trades for 60%? There's no way you sold 9 trades for 60%. All 9 options. I'm about to fucking say, Brian. Holy fuck. You had... That's like when I trade at the highest level. You feel me? I'm able to get like 10 trades a day with like 60% to 100%. Shit, I was about to say, Brian, what the fuck is going on over there? You took some superhero serum? That's excellent, though, brother. Excellent. That's a beautiful trade right there. That's 50%. 50%, 60%, that's excellent. Like, literally, that right there, you just basically said, if I only had $10 right now, I could have had $16 by the end of the day. That's what you just said right there. And you just joined back into the Discord. Is that correct, Brian? You took one strike above my price, and you said, yep, Well, there we go. It's just like that, doctor. Come on now. That's all she wrote. All right, let's see what's going on. What can we do with this trade? Currently, we're in that trade. Currently, we're in that trade. You started running up higher, of course. We got the trade not too long ago. In terms of the downside trend, if you go from the top, tippity top, and you basically bring it down to these. I'll show you right now. Okay, so bringing it down to these levels. I'm sure all of you see how it's like the market really wants to break out to the upside, and this is what I was referring to. So in terms of using ES, that's the only way you want to trade it right now, which seems to be correct so far from the last time we stated that, bit of information. If it could just drop down below this high here, we should be able to see it go straight down to 667, 671, somewhere around here. And it did do that earlier, but a little bit lower. That's not enough. In fact, I do have an arrow here that says you could just start running up, which is, of course, what can happen if the market's really bullish. But what I think is going to happen is I think you're going to fall somewhere over here and fill half of this gap, and then you're going to continue heading up higher. That's what I think. And then within a month, we're going to come right back down, fill this gap. Once we fill it, if not, we're going to hold above it, and then run up to the 700s, 740s. By like July, August, we should be at a new high, all-time high. If not like June, just like 2024. This year reminds me so much of 2024 in terms of the price action, because 2024 was when it started changing from $3 a day into $4 to $5 a day. And then 2025 was like $4 a day all the way up to like $10 a day. And then 2026 is just fucking like $5 a day, $6 a day. Some days you get $3, of course, still, but that's like once a month now. Like literally the trend you used to get the most often when I first started trading is the trend you're getting the least often now. So it's like the market that I perfected in terms of when I first was able to trade is basically no longer existent, which is the crazy part. That's why it's hard to trade 5-day contracts and 10-day contracts, because of how much is moving. But here's the thing. We found a way to still go about doing it in a proper manner, which yields pretty good profit. Just like August, October, just like November, and then just like January, right? Because those are all the months where you started peaking. And we caught every single peak, every single drop. We then balled in at the bottoms, played the trends right back up, just like 2024, with the exception of us missing probably like 3 of them, maybe. Honestly, this year I was just lazy. I'll be real with y'all. I was just lazy as shit. I literally have not updated most of my charts since 2025 and 2024. Probably like 6 months plus. And it's kind of like it's getting a little sad now. So I think what we should do today is fix everything. Go through every single trading style, because I had to upload pictures to the website. Not whatever, the fucking app. And then once we do that, that should be all. So again, Go did exactly what I wanted it to do. You all saw that, right? We bought in at the bottom. There's something called a Bollinger Band, right? And with those Bollinger Bands, it's kind of like momentum, which is the yellow lines that you guys see on my screen. I'll send you a picture, cuz. But on these Bollinger Bands, whenever you tend to hit the bottom and go a little bit beneath it, like poke out of it, that tends to be the best time to buy the opposite side. So if it's falling down onto the line, it's time to buy the upside. And then when it does it to the top side and it goes above the line, you want to buy to the downside. And it's pretty much as simple as that. Now, this trading style usually yields a really good percent every single time once it's going from line to line. I don't know if you guys have traded silver. Do you guys fucking know how much money you could make if you go from line to line on silver? $80,000 within probably 30 minutes. Basically is how much you can make. $80,000. You heard that right. And that's on the minimum. Imagine the crazy days. 200K probably. 170K. So you guys should start learning how to use these indicators because they're very simple. You know, that's the only thing I'm using right now pretty much. Aside from my SPY charts. This thing looks like it's just gonna head up higher here, so I might just sell out of this. Let's get some wedge lines in. Just so it doesn't turn into a large loss. I'm not really looking for this to continue to break out here. Okay, so that's the top. That's the top right there. So I do not want to see this get above here. If for whatever reason you get above here, we are going to sell out. You could do some stupid shit where you just go above a little bit and just fall right back down again. But it doesn't matter. We're just going to put a stop loss right up here. Just like that. $70. And then my take profit. It's going to be like right down here. $38. How much time we have left? 6 minutes? Yeah, we have enough time. Because you're right at the top of the BB. Last time you hit the BB at the top, you were there for at least 15 minutes before you fell down lower. So yeah, this might be a problem. This might actually just turn into a loss here. Because remember, this is the first time you're hitting the BB and you haven't hit it yet. You're about to hit in a couple seconds. We were playing from the middle of the BB. Back down to the bottom of it. And that was just due to the fact that you just basically hit the top. Fell down to the bottom. See how you didn't hit the middle here? You didn't hit the middle here. So because you hit the middle for the first time, I was looking for a continuation to the downside. But of course, sometimes at the end of the day, the price action tends to be really one-sided. Like the last 30 minutes to an hour. Which, yeah, that's perfectly fine. It happens. We'll learn our lesson. We'll see if this continues to head up higher. We'll see if it switches up for whatever reason. And let's just go from there, pretty much. Let's give it like another 5. Because the market's going to close in like 10 minutes. So we still have enough time. And I don't know why the fuck futures closes so early. It should close at like 4 o'clock. Or 4:30, sorry. It's about to be 4 o'clock. But like 4:30... You haven't hit the BB yet. Remember that. This is simply wasting time right now. Yo, watch you start fucking breaking to the upside again. Watch this piece of shit gap up again. Sometimes that happens. I hope you guys know that. When you have a gap, like a crazy ass gap up, and you do not hit the 200 moving average, I mean, sometimes you can, but most of the time when you have a crazy ass gap up like this, you see how you don't hit the 200 yet? But when the market closes, it's going to hit it. But that doesn't count as a touch during the day. It's two different things. And that's what I want all you to understand. The only reason why I know that is because I've tested both of them. And it definitely is a different, you know, little conundrum, you could say. So the way you go about dealing with this is very simply get the wedge lines in. Just like how I have my white line right here. Simple ass line. Nothing too deep. Second that shit gets above it, just be careful. Because this thing might just start catapulting up into the upside. Because remember, you hit this quarter point here. That's the reason why the market fell right there. And then when you fell down into the low, guess what you hit? You would not believe me, ladies and gentlemen. But you hit the quarter point to the downside. So you did an equal reaction today between last night's price action and then the daily price action. Meaning, you didn't do jack shit today. You literally canceled out all price action from, I kid you not, all price action from 7 p.m. yesterday till right now is canceled out. Like nothing ever happened. And usually, when this occurs, the buyers tend to pile into the downside, which is why we're most likely maybe not getting, because it's basically the same damn type of trend if you look to the downside, if you hide everything. It's a wedge at the bottom, it's a wedge at the top. So one of the sides are going to break, one of the sides are going to start, you know, choosing a direction for a couple days. Remember, this is currently the 8th day of the month, which means if for the first 7 days you chose to basically run up, during the 8th day, right, everybody? Because this is not the 7th day. During the 8th day, you then fell right back down to the low and erased pretty much everything ever since the 7th, pretty much, yeah. Like I said before, everything from the 7th to now is erased like it never happened. So now you're going to start choosing a larger direction, 100%. So if you guys want, you could get overnight puts. You still have to, not overnight puts, overnight calls. You still have time. For me, you guys know how I am. The calls is the easy direction right now, because that's the direction that the market looks like it's flaring up to, especially with the price action you just got today. You see how now it's starting to flare to the upside. We're gonna let it hit that the stop loss right there, little $75 scratch. That's okay. We'll see if we can make it back. We still got 10 minutes, I believe, if not 5 minutes, if it gets hit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in 2 contracts. And if it holds here and falls right back down, we might not get enough time, but we could get enough time for this to fall right back down to $20, potentially right back down to the orange line. So imagine the move that I wanted to play was from up here to down here, right? We played it perfectly. It hit the stop loss right there. So again, we played the puts from right here, right back down to the bottom. Worked out. You then fell all the way down to here, where we then got calls, right? Sold it right around here. We then played the downside right around the middle point. So that at the first candle of the BB, which is a terrible point, but at the same time, it's unfortunately where this wedge line is at. So just to be safe, instead of sorry, we're going to sell out around this area and just not play around here. I want it to be away from the areas which are important. Because if it's away from the area that's important that I wanted to buy into, that means it's choosing that direction, you see? Most of the time, a person has a problem with getting into a certain entry, and I started noticing with futures trades, because of how much money you win or, you know, you could lose or make within a couple seconds, it fucks with your psychology way more than options. Like, way more. Like, options does not mess with your psychology like this. You know, I could buy something for 100, just like today. The TQQ options, it went back to, you know, break even. I forgot to take a picture for you guys, but it was back to break even at the peak right there at the bottom. When you hit the purple. So it's like, that's crazy. How the hell do I get into a put yesterday and I still end up with no scratches? Madness. But that's the beauty of it. That's what happens with options. With futures, it's I mean, it's possible, but it's gonna be a lot more harder. If you got, I mean, I wouldn't even hold the futures through that big ass move. The second that shit hit the purple and went above it, I'm gone. Meaning, like, if I got puts like right here last night, because I wasn't trading here, I started trading right around here. But if I got the puts like down here, shit, the second I hit the middle point, I probably would have got out. That's what I'm doing here, after all. That's the reason why, you know, I'm also getting out the trades, is because this wedge line is right next to the midpoint. And I know if you get above that damn midpoint, you're going straight to the quarter point up here, which is 680. So that's going to be a big ass move. That's a $4 move, which means on the damn futures, you're going to move about 50 points. 50 to 60 points just due to SPY moving $4. So that's going to be like 6-8, 60. 6-8, 60 is going to put you basically right back at this other high. This is, one of my targets, which is where I'm going to play puts again tonight. And this time we're playing with ES. We're going to go heavy this time. We're going to have some fun. So the amount of money that we're going to be making is going to be, I'm sure you understand, ridiculous. Just so we can have better entries and not really mess with too much price action, which is too slow. Because MES it's like nice. It's good for training when you're new. But at this point, there's really no need for us to use MES. I pretty much have everything documented. And I haven't added it to the app yet, now that I think about it. I haven't added many things to the app for Forex either. So it's futures, Forex, and crypto I gotta add a lot of information for. The option stuff I already pretty much completed. We already got all the damn trading styles. Which, let me actually check them real quick. I want to see if it changed or something happened. Remember, watch SPY here. We sold out right around here, by the way. Got the put at a perfect point. You fell down, you were up. We wanted more. We ran up higher. Stopped out right here. $75 loss. Hitting the wedge line, and you're falling from it, which is perfect. I just want to see what happens right around here. What time is it? 4:04. Yeah, the market's done. It's fine. We're up a good amount. All we got to do is make how much money now? 2,500. So all I got to do is make 1,200 today. It's not bad. So tonight we just got to make 1,200 with ES, and I already think you already know what I'm going to say next. And that is correct. Gold. I miss gold. Let me tell ya. Gold is... It's just golden. You know what I mean? Gold is gold. I can't explain it. It's a mystical creature. You know what I mean? As long as you can trade it correctly, of course. So you got the flare up. You started running way higher, way more aggressively to the outside. And then now you're shifting. You hit the wedge line. You're falling it from it. Kind of like you hit like one of those characters from like Looney Tunes or some shit. When they get hit in the head. Or they hit like a brick wall. You're literally just bouncing right back down instantly. So this is perfect. Because what this tells me is... Now the idea is back on... Basically on track. We could continue to play it to the downside now. But at this point, let's just watch. If we're going to have to take a loss, we might as well just see how the whole entire picture develops from here to the end of the day. There's no reason to rush anything, really. You know? We made good money yesterday. We made good money today. Our win rate is above 85%. So it doesn't really matter. Let's just watch this. For the options, again, that was a beautiful trade to the downside, as you all saw. $5 straight into $8. I'm not too sure if I updated you about that, by the way. I think I have my mic muted. But yeah, that's an insane percent, you know? That's 40% plus within minutes. So yeah, all we gotta do is do it tomorrow again. And then the next day. And then the next day. Come on now. The market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you potentially are going to have another gap up tonight. Instead of me playing the gap up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for 7 to 8 o'clock to trade. I'm going to go live again. Potentially. And then I just want to see how the first move is going to go. Because if it's to the upside and it hits that damn yellow box up there at 681, I'm playing the downside right after that. If it gets above the yellow, I'm getting out the downside and playing the upside to the purple. So I'm telling you what I'm going to do in the future tonight. If it drops down, perfect. I'm going to continue to play the downside once it gets beneath the purple. Once it gets beneath the yellow, I'm going to continue to play another set of contracts beneath that. Every single time it gets to a certain point, I'm going to buy a further contract, which is still in the play, still within the module. Which means by the time you fall back down to the top of this purple, 667, the puts that I bought for 671, or the plays that I bought for over here at 670, I'm going to sell them and completely be out of everything by here. And then once you get beneath here, I'm going to play another set of puts, which are further, meaning down here. So it's going to be cheaper. Especially if I get 0 days that next day. Because tomorrow might just be the first leg down to here. And then the next leg down to here. That's normally how you're supposed to trend. The fact that you broke 2 legs at the same time. 3 legs almost. 1 leg, 2 legs. And this is like 2.5. Like 2.5 modules just like that in one night. And you didn't do jack shit today? Well, that's because they're killing value. Right? So just recognize that most of the money that's in the market is in options in terms of like a daily like volume. In terms of the money, the amount of money it is, it's around like $1 billion, not $1 billion, it's $1 trillion, 1.2 trillion. That's how much money is inside of 0-day options, in case you guys didn't know that. $1.2 trillion gets transacted every single day of the stock market with just 0-day options. And a large percentage, of course, is the SPY, but of course the other companies as well, right? But yeah, it's just nuts to kind of look at it that way. Because what you start to realize is there's certain areas where you should play, certain areas where you should not play. Most people always give me the question, like, how do I know when I should trade this stock or buy the stock's options? Or, like, how do I know when this 6 to 12 month play is, at the cheapest point? And the first thing I tell them is, you're never going to know it's the cheapest point until you do your monthly and yearly DARP charts. Once you get that done, you pretty much already know. Because all you gotta do is use the equal reaction method with the top side to understand how far it's gonna fall to the bottom side. It's simple, really. And that's the reason why I know the SPY and the S&P is gonna fall down sooner or later to the 300s again. 340s, 330s to be specific. So that's why I'm not telling people to get into a long-term plays right now, because I'm worried about the state of this market. Shit, if we're going to go to 1,000, we go to 1,000. That's it, on the SPY. That means ES is going to be at like 10K. If it happens, it happens. But right now, what I think is going to happen is you're going to run to the 700s and then collapse back down to the 5 or 600s. Most likely the 600s. And then maybe around 2030s, 2032s, once we have the next boom in supercomputers, I believe that's when we're going to start to crater to the downside. But it's just a thought that I have. Because remember, this is like the uptrend. This is like the crazy bullish market that's almost at $700 already, when a couple years ago you were just at 300. Many things we have to pay attention to here. I should also build another trading style on the yearly. Or not even the yearly, but the all-time. From the 1990s. I just got another idea right now. Because like around 2002 you had a peak, and then if I remember correctly 2000 you had a peak, 2002 you had a peak, 2007 you had a peak, and then you dropped to 2008. 9 was the low, 8-9 was low, somewhere down there. And then after that you just fucking catapulted straight into the sky until 2015-16, where you then cratered a little bit in the beginning of Trump's first presidency, and then it ran right back up to a high. And then 2018, I don't know, some shit happened with Trump. I wasn't trading at the time, and I don't care to search it up. But something happened with him. Market cratered out the sky like a shit ton, a crazy amount. Seems like there's a funny little pattern here. But, of course, if we bring up 2022, it's another funny reference to that pattern, because 22 and 2020 is the same pattern. 22 is just half the pattern of 2020. So everything that was before 2020, whatever happened in 2022 is basically half the pattern, which is so funny because it's just like, regardless of how you look at this politically, both sides of the aisle had the same type of pressure. It's just in different ways, as long as you could see it that way. So far this year's, it's just stupid in my opinion. But that's because of last year. Last year set us up for disaster, I'm telling ya. I'm just really happy we had an ability to sit at the 680s for such a long time, ever since October. That was honestly a pleasure. Because the amount of money we made just playing back and forth like a pinball machine was stupid. So I'm just waiting for that type of a market again, which usually happens at the lows or the next peaks. And it looks like you're running right back into the peak again. So at 6 o'clock, we'll be back. 7 o'clock, we'll be back. We'll see what we're going to trade for now. Just fix up the charts, post your notes. Explain to me how today went, if your ideas worked out. And that's all you got to do. Get your ideas ready for tomorrow. Again, you already see my ideas for tomorrow. Just like yesterday, I'm going to copy and paste this. If you hit here, I'm getting puts. As well as if you hit anywhere over here, I am buying puts. And then if you go down to here, I will buy calls. And then maybe here I might buy calls. Maybe. So I'm going to make this arrow smaller, because it's a maybe. I'll probably put like 500 into the play or something like that. Like something cheap just in case it doesn't work out and it wants to fall down lower to the yellow. Because that's why I really want to buy it at that next yellow box. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'm looking at right now. That's how I'm kind of digesting this market here. Looks like you want to either crater out the sky or gap up into a new high. It's funny how that rhymed. I should write that down. Okay, so SPY just literally died at that level. So our exit was perfect. It was fine. Looks like there was nothing wrong with it. Perfectly executed. The only thing we could have done differently was maybe potentially wait for 330. And that's pretty much all. Because at 330, let me show you guys. 330 you had... I mean, we kind of bought at 334, 333. So what I mean to say is, I guess 335, 336. That would have been a better location because you were basically falling from the yellow line to the midpoint. Because since we bought here, by the time you fell down to here, it wasn't that much of a drop. But if we would have purchased here, that would have been a much more sustainable, you know, drop for us, where we would have taken profit. So at the top here, we sold out. You ran up to the top of the yellow again. First candle, second candle, third, and then fourth, then you fall out the sky. Over here was the same thing. And over here in the middle was kind of the same thing as well. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you started falling down with these red candles into the bottom here. And then you ran back up again. So every 4 candles on a 1 minute, seems like you're falling down. At least that's what the current price action is stating. When the market opens up at 6, I'm going to be paying attention to how fast and how slow it's moving. And with that information, I could tell what's going to happen next. Because it's only going to be a certain, you know, range. Really. You just got to get 2 different starting points. I swear I got to get like a better pillow. These pillows are terrible. By the way, Nels, excellent play right there. Look at that. Come on now, doctor. No losses. That's what I want to see. Yo, Nels, you see how crazy it is and how fast you can make this money? My bad if you're busy right now.
Oh yeah, I heard you. Are you there?
It's ridiculous, right? Because I'm sure you didn't even put the whole count into those trades there. That's like 5.
No,
Hmm?
I say it's 0.
So you use it probably like what? 20% of your account? 10% of your account?
Yeah, it was like something like that. It's about like 20% at the most.
That's pretty good. Which tells me that if you had 20% of that amount, so 20% of course, 100K is going to equal 25K. Right? So in total, if you use 25K, you split it with all those trades. Right? Maybe, of course, less for some of them. I also like how you got the $300 on that 672 put. Come on now. Come on now.
Half profit, I just took it.
It's crazy. I swear, those cheap contracts, yo, those shit, it literally turns this, I swear, sometimes, like, I would be looking at an option, and this shit is at $6, $5, then drops to $4. I'll buy 10 of them for $40, and by, 10 minutes, 15 minutes go by, from 3 o'clock to, like, 3:30 or 3:15, and the shit is at $80, and I'm, like, refreshing my screen, like, what the fuck what just happened? I just went from $4 to $800. What just happened? And I'm just like, yo, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous, to say the least. Sometimes I've even seen it jump up to like $300-400 at the end of the day. But that's only on days where you basically gap up at least, it's kind of like during the day, you only move around. It's like, imagine you fall from the beginning price to reversal point 3 max, and you just stay there the whole day. And then at the end of the day, you move like $4, 5. So you need to have a slow day. And then at the end of the day, it needs to speed up. Kind of like how today did almost. Which tells me tomorrow, if we don't gap up right now tonight, we're probably, I mean, we should be able to gap. We're going to gap up tonight. It looks so bullish right now. But at the same time, that's, like I told you guys before, the time where they like to switch up the market, where it looks the most bullish. And like my red arrow says right there, anything below this arrow is down. So if we end up opening up at like 6, 7 o'clock, I'm just going to get puts at that same level. If not, I might get a little bit higher because of the monthly zone. Because remember, you guys got to pay attention to the monthly zones. These shits are so easy. Today was kind of terrible. Like I was telling you guys, you were out a monthly zone and then in a monthly zone for half the day and half the day. Like literally, look here, and then over here, and then down here, and then you're basically right back above it. Last night's idea was that you were going to hit the bottom of this one and fall. That's exactly what you did. You ended up falling into the zone, which is now why I'm thinking, wait a second. What if this shit wants to fall down again and go down to the bottom of it before it actually wants to, head up to a new high? If that's the case, the first thing we need to do here, everybody, is see if this gets below the top of this box. Because if it just stays here, the only thing we pretty much have to do is just chop it up like this. And then once it's above this midpoint, we can go long. Anywhere below it, we don't want to be long. Just in case. Because then it might crash to a new low. So as long as it's above this midpoint here, we can go long and continue to play the high to here, which is like right around here. And then at that level, we could play some puts. Make sure to rewatch this video tomorrow night, after tomorrow night is done. See how we continuously predict markets with no problem, no sweat, using zones and ideas from previous years, and just doing it as lazy as possible. Thumbs up. Let's go refresh gold now. Let's see what the hell is happening here with the monthly charts. GC. How we looking? Take your time. That's not gold. All right. Why did it go to the second one? Perfect. You hit the red around the red circle. Well, you didn't really hit it. The price action, the momentum did. Not really the price action. You kind of hit the bottom of here, but actually no, you did hit it. You hit it right here. I see it. So that's perfect. You hit the pink circle, which is where I wanted you to hit. You fell back down to the white. Now you're holding on the white on gold. This shit still looks like it wants to fall down to a new low too. Looks like gold wants to either do something like this here, everybody, right? Fall down to this white one, then maybe bounce up to here, then maybe potentially hold after it falls down even lower, because that's a low ass number. That's basically where I wanted to hit 3,600, 700. That's my goal right now for gold. As long as it can hit that, I'll accept it going up higher. It makes sense because you erased pretty much damn near everything at 3,000. But not really everything, because it was pretty much at 3,200 like last year when I was making the other charts. You see here? Get this fucking ad out the fucking screen. Like right here. What year is this? I can't see straight. Alright. 2025. August of 2025. It was at 3,400. Honestly, we can go down a little bit more. We can probably hit the 2,800s. At this rate. As you could tell, my charts are done for a long time. So we could do something like this here. I even have it made. So boom, we don't even got to fix the charts. Hell yeah. Probably going to hit somewhere around this midpoint down here. Definitely do something very dramatic at first. and then slowly maybe decline for a little bit just to trick everybody, and then again start gapping up. And this is going to be for like 2036, 2037. So the next 7-8 years, that's what we're looking at for gold. And you might be like, how the hell does this guy, you know, think that that's going to work? Watch this. Oh shit, wrong chart. Go over here. Go over here. Open layout. Scroll. Right click crypto. Click BTC. Zoom out on the 4 hour. And you tell me. These charts were made a long time ago, long before you guys even know it. So the main chart starts from 2021. And then right here, we recorded this video in 2025 so that you guys had your own interpretation of it. But the original idea was from 2021. And what I did was I used every DARP, as you could see. They're all on the screen right now. And I was able to conclude and deduce that you were going to run to the top of this damn line 2 times and then fall. You hit it once over here, twice over here, and you fell out the sky. Oh, there you go. And then you're going to hit the bottom, which is right around here, 57,000. But I think it's going to be really aggressive. I think you're probably going to hit like 47 or 30,000. And then we're going to buy into crypto for the next 4 or 5 years. And then if you want to see my XRP chart, that's where you're going to start understanding why we're able to do what we do. Because our understanding of this market and the way that it fundamentally works is, you know, kind of something that's a little different, if I had to say. That's the best way I could put it. Okay, XRP USD. Okay, so watch this. I made this for one of the students. And what we basically concluded was 2018 you had a high, 2021 you had a high, but it was lower than that high. So example of what's on the current flow is you're basically running up past that second high, potentially attacking this first high. And it shows the potential for more profit. The first target is $4.90. So now I'm telling you down here, the first target is this big ass red box. That's really where I want XRP to go. It did most of the trend already, and then just destroyed everything to the downside, just like how I told all the students was going to happen. Why? Because it's not Bitcoin. It's not going to be able to hold as much value as that. Bitcoin, the only reason why that shit is holding value is because that damn guy died. Or he's disappeared. Cough, cough. I think we all know who that came from and who created Bitcoin, but let's just keep it at that. But that's the only reason why Bitcoin is so popular right now. And that's the reason why it's the only thing that can hold value. However, that shit is destroying the energy grid. For every transaction that people are doing on Bitcoin, every transaction, it wastes enough electricity that can compete with a family of 5 using electricity for a whole month in a regular 3-story, 2-story house. I'm talking about ACs, heaters. I'm talking about everything that you could think of. Bitcoin, one transaction wastes more energy than that. And if you don't believe me, go search it up. Ethereum is about a week's worth. So Ethereum is not that far off. It's pretty shit too. And that's the reason why there's so many grids around the US collapsing all of a sudden. And that's why you have China using more coal mines to keep up with this type of energy output. Because that's the only way they're going to be able to. And yeah, you got a bunch of shit going on around the world. So we'll see what's going to happen with this. But as you could tell, we are breaking the code. We broke the game. We told everybody Bitcoin was going to crash. We told everybody XRP was going to fall down. And in fact, let me see what this says right here. So in October of 2026, what I wrote was there's going to be a major buying point. If I'm fucking correct about this, I'm going to fucking lose it. I'm just telling you guys ahead of time right now. We still got a couple months. What is that, 4 more months? Wait, I can't count. 6 more months.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
so much more time. Yeah, we have so much more time. That's what I'm telling you guys. When these things pop, you need to understand when you're buying an investment, you need to do it in 2 ways. Long term and then the scalping method. Let's say I want XRP and I love XRP and I believe in it. Okay? So one account I put 20,000 in and I hold it forever. One account, every single time it dips, I put 5K in. When it rips, I sell out for 3K, 2K. Every time it dips again, I put the whole account in. Rips again, I sell out. Dips again to $1 from all the way from $3, I throw the whole 8,000 in. It dips again to 80 cents. Well, now I'm down on that, right? But that's okay because I believe it's still going to go up. So even though I have something and I'm down on it, like Warren Buffett says, like many of these, top-notch investors that are in the billions say, the one thing you have to consider is your investments being down more than 50%. If you can stomach that, then you can handle being on the stock market or the crypto market. Crypto is a little bit more extreme. That shit tends to fall down 80%. More than stocks. That's how you know it's unsustainable. There's no structure to it. There's no like a solid ground for it. At least not yet. But ever since they started using it for restaurants and certain places, yes, they literally just created a damn fucking currency and then just gave it value just because they're putting it in places. So in my opinion, does crypto make sense? No. Do I have a single dollar of my money in crypto? The answer is no. And I never will. I'm good. I can make enough money with other things. I'm good. I could become a multimillionaire with other things. Like, I don't need this. I don't believe in it. I don't even see that there's like real value in this besides it being just a gambling shitfest. In my honest opinion. Think what you think. That's how I think.
My dad is seriously into XRP.
Yeah, I don't know why the hell like so many people in the US are like, even people that I know that are like in bad neighborhoods, I shit you not. People that you would least expect to know about XRP or even have an ability to trade XRP, they're trading it. And I'm just like, what is happening here? Like, there's no value yet. I get you're trading for something that's, you know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't get it. That's why I never traded GameStop. That's why I never traded AMC. You know what's crazy? I told my uncle to buy AMC because I knew he likes watching movies. And this was before the whole big GME shit. He bought it for $2, 100 shares. The shit was at the peak. I think he was at like 6K or something crazy from just $200 or 3K, 3 to 6K, some shit like that. And he never sold it. And then after that, he started to have a bad image of what the stock market was. He didn't believe in it no more. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. I don't got time for this. But that's the reality. It's like,
on your point, your XRP chart is to being reality.
wait, say that again?
You know how close on to reality your XRP? I mean, October 2026, to say that. You wrote that how long ago?
I wrote that. Okay, so I made this chart. I usually have the dates when I make my charts at the top. So I made this first chart was, I made this January 19th at 7 a.m. apparently. It was like right before Trump shit went live. And then you know what's crazy? I have, you guys want to see something stupid? Look at the Trump chart. Look at this shit. Look at my ideas and look at where the market's at. You won't believe it. You see this box right here? Look where it just so happens to be right above, hovering. And look where it just so happens to fall from. After it, of course, came from here. And then, of course, came from here. I can go up the whole grid and you're going to start seeing like, holy shit, these boxes. It literally peaks at the top. Falls down through it, peaks at the top. Falls down through it, peaks at the middle. Then it cannot peak no more, which is because this is the midpoint of that lower trend. Because this was when the first box was made, and then I copied it straight up all the way to the top. So if I go on the They better let me see this. I hope they let me see this, actually. Please let me see it. Please. Pretty please. I can't zoom in. Why the fuck can I zoom in? Oh, there you go. Something's wrong with my mouse. There you go. Perfect.
You need to have all this stuff backed up just in case TradingView goes under.
That's okay. That's why I'm creating my app right now. Because, bro,
Good.
if I become... I mean, they're going to look at this video later on in the future, but that's just going to be gone. I'm deleting all these videos soon. But I'm removing all this stuff from their software because I know their software is tracking it. There's somebody behind the scenes looking at what we're doing. And they're definitely going to, try something. So before that even happens, we're not going to give nobody an opportunity. Because our purpose here in this world is to help people, and that's it. We're not doing something out of spite. We're not doing something to hurt another person. It's just truly just to help. And I'm going to make sure that that lasts forever. But yeah, look at how stupid this is. Look at what the chart is following and how it's bouncing on the boxes and all that. Even in the future, so many opportunities here. From the top point to the bottom to the midpoint to the bottom again to the midpoint. Then to the top, then to the next top, then right back down to this bottom. And again, the first box was just right here. This first little uptrend, I just copied that shit on top of itself. Saw how it reacted in between. I saw how you were consolidating here, then you stopped here, then you stopped right here. Boom, now I have my 3 colored boxes. It was that simple. And then I copied it on top of itself. I missed this area here on purpose because this was the area you were accelerated, which means in the future you were going to consolidate here. However, again, just hear me out for a second. That's why we have the blue circles, as you can see. But when you ran into these boxes up here, it turns out these boxes were the perfect boxes that captured all the price action. Like that price, like look at that at the top right there. Again, this box right here is the same shit as this box down here. And it follows it perfectly. So it's like when you start understanding the way this market fundamentally moves, you could literally chart any... I think I charted this for one of the students as well. Where was it? What chart was it? It was some... What was it? Pepe coin or some shit like that? Let me see. The hell happened to this company here? I swear I had charts for this stuff. Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. Oh, I gotta zoom out, I think. Let me... Oh, yeah, that's why. So as you can tell, like, I did these charts a long-ass time ago. Look at this. And I told everybody. This, whatever the hell this was called, near USD, I said this shit is collapsing. You're literally at the top of the red box from over here. And you might be like, how did you get that box in the first place? Well, if you look at the price action in the middle and you use these highs and some of these midpoints down here, the first thing you're going to start seeing is that when it hit it, you know, at the top here, 24, and you bounce right back down at that perfect level, you were simply starting the downtrend, which is, this is how Nvidia starts its downtrends. It's so similar to Nvidia for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I'm going to show you, look, watch. Let me show you a video right now. Look at Nvidia and then look at this. Ready? 3, 2, 1. You see what I mean? Starts those weird ass downtrends. So it hits a peak, falls, hits near the peak, and then you'll see it fall near the peak. And then these are the areas where you want to go short. Like, for example, right here, we played puts, and I put $30 into a trade, and I sold it down here for $700.
Ooh.
Let me show you, actually. I still have it on my thing.
Is that during earnings or no? Because they always have, like, weird shit during earnings. Like, even though their earnings could be, like, wonderful, the stock still falls. Well, that's because there's got to be something in the charts that are messing it up.
Well, the thing is...
It's not the earnings, it's the charts.
The thing is I hate playing earnings, so usually I don't play companies on their earnings. The only company I really play on their earnings is Tesla, in all honesty. That's the only one I have, like, like a proper... I mean, listen, I know NVIDIA. I know what it does. I've been using NVIDIA since 2015. Over 11 years at this point. I'm fully understanding of their AI and their abilities and their data centers and yada yada yada. But at the same time, it's like with all the shit that's going on with semiconductors and trying to steal the technology and all this happening from here and there and here, it's really possible that they're going to be able to take that technology, because remember, semiconductor technology is the most important technology in the world. It's what goes into military equipment. It's the most important thing in the world. It goes into your microwave, but your microwave has like 15 millimeter, semiconductor chips. Your phones probably have 4 to 6 millimeter. And currently they're manufacturing plants in the US that have 2 to 3 millimeter with the ability to almost, I think, hit 1 millimeter. But once they go through 1 millimeter, that's Moore's law, which is the guy who I think started the whole semiconductor shit. And what Moore said was basically after 1 millimeter, you can't get smaller than that. So now what they're going to have to do is create a whole nother set of technology, most likely using this whole AI shit and supercomputer stuff, to create a new type of semiconductor, which basically allows for a higher power. And it's kind of like it's just going to get probably bigger. So like something that's a little bit bigger, maybe 15 millimeter, 20 millimeter, but it's more powerful than a 1 millimeter, type of grid where you have all these other little, I guess, parts and bits and pieces, and it's like one piece, one chunk is good enough to satisfy that equation there. Now, in terms of weight, in terms of all that, that's a whole nother thing, because you have to understand, 1 millimeter, the smaller you go, the less weight you have when it comes to heating, when it comes to certain components, when it comes to certain attributes. And it's like all this stuff that goes into it is just something we have to pay attention to. Right now they're not at 1 millimeter though. You still got like another 5 years, probably 2 years. But yeah, we'll see. Probably was going into all that drone technology shit. It's most likely that. Like the most advanced semiconductors. They most likely have 1 millimeter in the army. That's what I'm thinking, honestly. There's no way they don't. They already have a stronghold of Taiwan. They already have a stronghold of all their plants. Taiwan's plants are near the ocean. So if anybody invades, the first thing that's getting destroyed is the plants. You're not going to steal nothing, which means it's going to be a wasteful attack, wasteful attempt, which means China's not actually going to attack Taiwan unless they have some type of deep-rooted ability to completely take over, knowing the guerrilla warfare that they're going to get into, especially because half the island is mountainous terrain. So, I mean, I just don't see this going a positive way for them. I don't think they're going to want to do that. I think they're staying off the grid right now for a reason. They're definitely going to do something, though, within the next year, maybe even this year. But the thing is, like, China's economy crashed and collapsed. So at the same time, not to say that it's going to halt any type of military operation, but I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to see what happens here. Because there's a lot of things going on with their country right now. Banks are shutting down randomly and not able to take, like, people can't take out money. And it's happening very frequently. Not just one time, not just a couple moments. But they're hiding that stuff just so well, really. So that's also another problem. It's like everybody's fucking hiding shit. You can't even trust nothing. You can't even deduct some type of valid, equation from all this stuff. The only thing you can think about is what happens when the news comes out. How does the chart look? How does it react? What happened the last time news came out? How did it look? How did it react? What was the after effects? 3 years later, 10 years later, and then boom. That's pretty much all you could do. Anything other than that, you can't really do. But you know what's crazy is doing that is good enough for you to actually predict markets as well as this. I'm telling ya, it's not that hard. You just got to do some work. Most of these videos, like the gold video, is free. And I mean, just look at how clean this thing looks. Don't pay attention to the fighter jets right there. We just got to have backup just in case. And yes, we have a lot of them. I believe they're F-16s. You know what's crazy is when I get my military license, not my military license. When I get my damn pilot's license, I want to see if I could purchase. Cause I believe they let you purchase F-16s now. That's really what I want. I want to get a jet. A jet.
I was asking me how can they really be worth that much money? $1 billion.
It's honestly, it's like the engineering that goes into it is fucking marvelous.
I know, but are they being charged? Are they being overcharged?
Yes, they're honestly, yes.
Like $30 for a fucking bolt.
Well, that's you want to hear what I think? The military complex is actually overcharging, not overcharge, not the people who they're giving money to, but they're giving the people more money so that that money could be used to offset certain things so that they can get more money. That's what I believe. I yes, everything is way out of proportion. Most of that military equipment you can make it on fucking like a dime to $1, like literally, and they're just extorting the prices, but they do that on purpose all the time.
I knew a guy who worked for some company when he was living in New Jersey. They sold stuff to NASA, just like hardware, and he just told me that. I mean, they were just basically ripping them off.
What
they would pay it.
What the fuck?
You know?
You 60 million?
I mean,
oh my god.
Crazy. What are you talking about?
I'm not gonna be able to buy that soon. Holy fuck.
60 million for an F-16?
There's no. Let me see used. That's just a Kazakhstan. Okay, now we're talking. $8 million?
Yeah, you could go overseas and buy it.
I have to be able to buy this. They better let me buy something like this.
Yeah, but where are you gonna fly it?
That's another problem we'll worry about later. Shit, honestly, if I could, I would be able to just fly over the ocean. If I could fly over the ocean, you know, not on any land, because not, especially right now, not anytime soon, of course. I'm talking about within like the next 3 years after this war stuff dies off. I just want to be able to just rip it around a certain area, just hit that top speed. I just want to see what that feels like to hit Mach 1. That's all I care. I believe they go Mach 1, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Speed. Yeah, bro, that's almost fucking Mach 2. Holy fuck. Yeah, literally Mach 0.6 to Mach 1.6. It's 29,000 pounds of thrust.
You can't be just a regular pilot. You can't. I don't think. To fly.
I mean, shit, let me tell you, I will pay top dollar. I will go through said training. Not saying I'm gonna
tell you, they're gonna have 0-point gravity stuff. They're gonna have it developed. They've got an alien ship somewhere where all that stuff's gonna be antiquated. You know, you're not gonna.
I agree with that.
Spend 10 grand on a tank of fuel, you know, for a jet, you know, shit like that. It's gonna go up, but I don't know. We're coming to a point where we got to start developing something different, because this oil shit is going on.
No, yeah.
The world out.
If you want me to be honest with you, humanity has been stuck at the same level of technology for a long time, and in all honesty, that hasn't changed until 2020. There was a big shift in where money was going, and because there was a big shift in where money was going, it was the right shift that was needed to actually elevate our understanding of technology, and it did it in a fashion where, because of energy, just because of energy, that's the start to it, right? Solar panels, understanding the whole idea of having these ships that allow themselves to propel themselves infinitely, you know, having like a nuclear type of like system inside, you know, ships or inside of cars or inside of certain, you know, different things. A lot of people are developing magnetic rail systems that could travel 1,000 miles per hour, 700 miles per hour, flying cars.
Talking about that for like 20 years.
No, yeah, but
they would have had that stuff developed. Like they could.
They could have if they had the money being inserted into it. That's the thing. and money was just not going in that direction. Like, money does not hit space. Money does, and space is the way you actually revolutionize technology. Really, space was how we got the phones and cameras and microwaves. It was like the start to like one of the greatest technological, revolutions, and nobody really paid attention to it. Even if they say that they didn't do this, or this was fake and that was fake, I don't give a shit. The fact remains is that technology came from that same group of years, which is important. It's a pattern. And if you pay attention to these patterns, a lot of patterns now are starting to spark. Gene editing, Neuralink, the Boring Company. Elon literally is single-handedly revolutionizing a big aspect of this. Him creating his own 304 type of steel, which he basically, what they do is, I don't know the terms correctly, scientifically, but they go into the cellular aspects of any piece of just, I guess you could say a metal, because they're using steel, and they're going into the cells, the exact cells, and they're implanting certain levels of different materials. I don't know exactly what it is. I forgot. But what that does is it makes it its own type of alloy. And because of said alloy, it is now their alloy. And using said alloy, they've been producing ships that go into space. They can land, shoot up into the stars, come right back down and land on itself, which in itself is revolutionary. Because now you're having the idea of planes become a reality for rockets. Remember, that's the reason why planes got cheap. That's the reason why planes are not that expensive. It's because they're not going to blow up every single time they take off. But these spaceships that NASA's building with all these companies, they're wasting so much money, but they're not even getting a lot of money. That's the crazy part. Like, out of you could say $1, NASA gets about half a penny out of every dollar that you give in taxes. Like, that's nothing. Maybe it's like a penny now, maybe a little bit more now, but it's like nothing. I feel like the only reason why it's increasing is because there's a lot of attention going into space now all of a sudden, which, cough cough, is what I said exactly would happen in 2020, 6 years ago. And I've been researching space ever since 2010, ever since I was 10, because I'm born in 2000 flat. So ever since I was 10, I was always watching things about the latest technology and stuff like that. And from 2010 to 2015, then you had like the VR stuff come out. Then you had certain animes and you had certain TV shows come out exploring these options and kind of going more in depth with it. And then you had it coming into reality now. And then you have haptic feedback systems. Depending on your neurons inside your fingers, they're able to actually not be an implant. It's getting really, really advanced. Soon you're going to be able to have a damn 3D suit that you could wear like a robot. And it just connects to your skin and connects to everything and fully protects you. And you don't need to have any implants or nothing like that. But of course, your human body, the flesh, there's certain weaknesses when it comes to it. The heart, liver, the lungs, the brain, they all have different age limits to it. Usually your lungs go first, by the way. So, like, your heart and brain can last to like 150, 200. But it's just the lungs, it's the testosterone that's developed and the estrogen that's developed in your body. For females, of course, testosterone for men. And once that starts to deplete, your cells can't reproduce themselves no more. So what happens is everything starts dying. So when you're in your 70s and 80s, if you start noticing a decline in your health, the first thing you should do is start getting testosterone. Like whatever the fuck you call that. It's basically steroids. But that's honestly the best thing to do so that it can give you like another little boost. But the thing is your body's going to become dependent on that testosterone. What happens if you don't have enough? What happens if you run out? What happens if your body becomes used to it? What happens if you eat a certain food and it metabolizes in a certain way? And it's like, you never know what's going to happen with this type of technology and this type of stuff, especially when you use medicine when you're at that later age. It's kind of like you're better off doing stuff naturally, Of course, aside from like major little things that you're going to need surgery for and actual medical practices for. But with gene editing, like I'm saying, gene editing is going to be able to eliminate you know, because cancer is basically, is just an infection. It's like I forgot what you call it, like a fucking like a parasite. That's all cancer is. Literally, it's just a really aggressive parasite. And if you attack the parasite and you know how to attack it, you know how to find it in your DNA structure and your strands, after they run their RNA technology, it's very easy to allow the body to never have to go to that cancer again. Meaning, you could literally heal any cancer that's in the world right now. Just go to a damn center where they have gene editing. Let them basically scan your whole entire genetic structure in your whole entire body. Some people might not like that. But listen, if it's a last case scenario, I think it's something smart. There was a 12-year-old girl 3 years ago that actually had DNA editing with the CRISPR, and they cured her of her disease. It was in Britain, I believe, somewhere in Europe, if you guys want to search it up. And when I saw that report, I was going crazy because 3 years prior, I was investing into the company. It was like $50. Like right now, CRISPR. This is, by the way, the next company that I'm gonna have you guys invest into. CRISPR gene editing. Let's go to it. I always forget the damn ticker. It's one of 3 or 4 things. Let me see. CRSP. I got it this time. First try. CRSP. CRISPR Therapeutics. As you can see, this shit is holding value real nicely. For some reason, huh? When nobody's paying no mind to it. Nobody's talking about it. There's no news, on television. Nothing on YouTube. Real quiet. I'm telling you, it's for a reason. Like, this shit, honestly, is worth 5,000. This is going to be one of the most important companies in the world because it can cure any type of cancer. Any type of disease or any type of failure in your genetic structure. If it shouldn't be there, it could fix it, is what I'm saying. So if you could then supply the body with enough testosterone using CRISPR and testosterone replacement, steroids, you could then therefore probably push the damn body to like 160, honestly, as long as you're not smoking and you're eating like healthy shit. You could easily push it to like 160, in my opinion, 180. You might need like a lung replacement or some shit like that, but so that's what I'm really getting like focused on, because hell yeah, I might need this. My family might need this. People I know might need this. And if this could save people, I think it's very important for us to understand it right now. The only thing is, we had to understand and pay attention to the way that people are broadcasting the news, because everything is for a purpose, of course. If the powers that be don't want this to be out there, they're going to suffocate this till it's death. And you have to understand that. So I don't know how things are going to take place here. I think this type of technology is going to finalize within the next 10 years to 15 years. So as long as you guys can survive another 10, 15 years, you should be able to survive another 50 on top of that. Easy. Even if you have health problems. Just saying. That's the plan. That's the goal right now. We got to invest into these companies that, will change the future. Again, CRISPR, gene editing, focus on space, specifically companies that are going to build stuff in space like gas stations, specifically people who are going to have fun stuff like traveling. Because remember, SpaceX, they're going to do the whole ship shit where you're in New York, you go on a rocket ship, shit takes you into space. 2 minutes later, you're already in Florida, landing on the coast. Getting ready to board the ship, going back to the land because they can't land on land because it's too loud. Start breaking all the damn windows. So yeah, that's the plan. They already have the ship idea made. They're already purchasing ships. They're purchasing oil tankers. And I'm talking about SpaceX. So that you can have shit land, out in the ocean, and then again you take the ship back. But aside from companies like that, companies like Redwire, they are basically a company that has a robot that could build stuff in space by itself, which means you could send shit in like small packages and have it just unfold it and finalize it. You get a little robot dog up there that has certain sensors for a certain amount of oxygen or certain breaches. You know what I mean? Test the radiation, test certain things before a human even gets there. That's the type of technology we are producing now. Like right now. And pretty soon, when they land on Mars, you guys are going to be able to see the full extent of this technology. It's just they haven't shown everything yet. Right now, they're trying to create a drone-like system, which, because on Mars, it's rugged terrain. It's not like the moon. Or I mean, it's kind of similar to the moon in somewhat way, shape, and form. But it's like a lot more rugged, you could say. Now, they have found some like flat areas where a ship could fit, and they have enough area for some type of habitat. But what I started noticing is on Mars, because of the radiation and because of said components, what they want to do is make you land inside of a trench, like a ravine. Like imagine the damn shit in the US. What do they call that? That big ass hole in the floor? A hole in the floor, but hole in the damn earth where a meteor hit in Arizona. What's that name again? I forgot it. The Grand Canyon. There you go. So just like the Grand Canyon, that's what they want to do, so that it shields you automatically using the soil and the terrain from the sun. And then they want you to go inside, you know, obviously the ground, as well as closer to the floor is where the actual ice that they found on Mars is, because there was ice on Mars, and it still is right now to this day. So they're going to use that ice for obviously water, right? Hydrogen and all this other shit. And the idea that Elon wants to kind of partake in is basically send 1,000 ships over there in one go, one time, one shot, 1,000 ships. And on those 1,000 ships, you're going to have these devices which are carbon recycling devices. So they take in carbon and turn it into whatever the damn, I don't want to get the particles wrong, but whatever the fuck makes up the atmosphere. H2O, right? Hydrogen. In terms of like nitrogen and shit like that, I don't know how they're going to go about doing that. I'm not too sure if that's a natural aspect that's going to blossom and bloom from, you know, the carbon and oxygen, or hydrogen, you could say. So the carbon and then obviously the hydrogen. I don't know if maybe that has somewhat effect to the creation of nitrogen, but they're going to slowly just implant this planet with such chemicals in a fashion where you basically are able to create your own atmosphere. Now, that's going to take at least like 100, 200 years, maybe even more, 300-400 years. So that's going to be like a long-term way of doing it. Or basically Elon just said, fucking nuke the planet on all quadrants, create a greenhouse effect, and then with that greenhouse effect, you'll potentially create an atmosphere. That's the easy way to go about doing it. I don't know what they're going to do, by the way. I mean, imagine they nuke the damn planet. That would be insane. I mean, some shit like that could happen, I guess, but I don't think they would let it happen. Because the general public doesn't even know what the hell... They think every nuke is uranium enriched, you know? And it's not the problem. I mean, the uranium is the problem, I guess, but the idea of it, people don't like, and people are instantly against. Kind of like all the nuclear shit, right? People don't even understand that type of technology. Now, I barely even understand it myself, but with what I know, I can understand enough to the point where it's something that's actually really sustainable, and it's something that creates almost infinite energy, which is insanity if you really think about it. And as long as we can actually manufacture something that makes sense, something that's sustainable with that type of energy that you can have in your homes. Like imagine having a damn nuclear, you know, generator in your home. Like that never runs out. Or you could just have a big ass one that controls the whole city. Pretty much. I mean, it's going to be an eyesore, I guess. But I'm pretty sure they could do it in different fashions. Like, I don't think they have to do it in that. I mean, I could be wrong, though. But again, space, gene editing, any type of companies in gene editing, anything in space, The next thing I would say, if I can come to a conclusion, let me think. What else? What else is gonna be crazy? I mean, that topological shit that Microsoft created, that new state of matter, that's going to be something insane, because that's going to go into new supercomputers. So now supercomputers are not going to need to be in these environments which are so particularly controlled. It's going to be a little bit more free. So supercomputers, yeah, quantum, that quantum shit, of course, basically supercomputers. What else? Semiconductors, obviously, and shit like that. The next level of semiconductors, because they're probably going to create that soon too. Certain propulsion, like companies that are trying to, you know, develop new forms of propulsion, right? That's potentially something. And that's really all I could think of right now. Let me think. What else? I mean, 3D printed homes. 3D printed homes are insane. You could literally build a home by yourself with one man. You don't need nobody to come to your house. All you gotta do is set up the damn lot, have the machine built and delivered, and you could literally build that shit with the machine yourself. If you guys want to see what I'm talking about, just search up any 3D printed home.
They did one in a couple towns away, 50 minutes away from us. They did one of those, and they did it with poured concrete. It was amazing, and it's on the coastline, so it's even stronger than a regular house. It'll be able to hold up to hurricanes.
Literally, it's like a damn fortress. And the way they pour it, it's like Lego bricks. I forgot the other company. Let me see. Oh, is it Icon? I think it was Icon. I believe it was Icon. Like, look at this shit. This is all 3D printed. That's beautiful. Three-bedroom. Yeah, like, this is insane. This is like the type of houses they be having in Japan. So, like, articulate. Even the inside, like, this looks crazy. High ceilings, beautiful windows. I was actually thinking about it. Trying to see if I can get into, like, companies like this. I was trying to invest into one of them. I forgot what it was called. Boxable. Boxable. So this is Boxable. Starts at $900 a month. And then this is what it looks like here. They basically unpack it just like this. They unfold it. So it's already made in the factory. The plumbing is in the walls already. Electrical systems are in the walls already. Everything is already done. It's literally plug and play like Lego bricks. Given I don't think it's that they're that big, but Elon, you know, it's crazy. Elon was actually living in one of these for a while when he was at the SpaceX site. He sold all his homes. He sold all his cars. And his wife was complaining about it. So yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, that's what they look like. Literally like a small little, like a hut. That one looks fucking real nice. I forgot what they call it, like that terracotta type of, like that shit right there. That looks like a damn hut from Minecraft. From like a desert village or something. So you have developments. Yeah, see, like this is beautiful. This is insane. The only thing is they had a lot of bad rep because of their beginning start. Because the CEO, this guy here, or I don't know if this is the CEO. He looks similar to him. Public sector. What the hell is this? The fuck is this? From military to workforce, the homeless, FEMA. That's actually insane. I never knew they'd started doing this for the homeless. That's actually so smart. We should actually, let's take the link here and let's put this in the Discord for the nonprofit. Give me a second here. Doctor. Okay. But yeah, so like 3D printed homes, that's going to be something. There's a company that 3D prints rockets, which is also fucking crazy to hear. And yes, it does work, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, you could basically 3D print anything as long as you have the ability to, I guess, just have it, you know, be within a certain realm of like correctness, you know? Because I'm sure when you print stuff, it's not going to be fucking perfectly, you know, made like a sheet of metal, right? Little bumps and little, you know, certain things. But what if they're able to sand it down? What if I just don't know the way it really works, honestly? But the fact that it works in general is just nuts to me. If you want to learn of the company, I forgot what it's called, but I think I have it on TradingView somewhere. Let me see. It should be like it's like a cool name, if I remember correctly. Space. Let me see. It is, I should be able to see it off of eyesight. It is, I had a cool name. This is the tickers though. I can't. What the fuck is the names? Let me see.
Hey, if I'm not able to get on until like 9:30 or 10, is that cool?
Yeah, take your time,
I
bro.
mean, if you're not there, yeah, but if you're not there,
Yeah, just message the chat if anything.
you know, yeah, just message the chat.
Yep, because we had to have a one-on-one whenever you get a chance.
Okay. And I gotta post my trades from today too. So my other trades, I posted those at the end of the day because I found where I took the pictures from on the stupid phone app because I can't do it from the computer. So,
Okay.
all right.
Hell yeah, bro.
And I want to review what I wrote yesterday and take a look and see how it played out.
Yeah, because it was actually like, if you look at it, it was like I told you last night. That was a good note. So you'll see when you come root.
Yeah, but what you said, it happened. I mean, it hit the spots that it, you know, it went up fast and went down fast, went up fast.
Right? Hit all the levels that you pointed out.
But it hit in that monthly, which I haven't done the monthly yet.
Yeah, we're gonna actually do that tonight. Whenever you join up,
Cool, awesome.
we'll take care of that. Okay. So we got another 40 minutes before the market opens up here, everybody. Let's take a little break. Let's grab some food, and then let's start charting everything.